सकले सहने बल दिया करो निज मन स्पृहाहीना सहने बल दिया करो मन स्पृहाहीना सकले सहने बल दिया करो निज मन स्पृहाहीना काले सहने बल दिया करो निज मन स्पृहाहीना गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो हे दासे तृणपे कातिहीना बिंदु दिया करो हे दासे तृणपे गतिहीना सकले समाना करिते शकति देह नाथा जाथा जाथा ना करित सकति देह नाथे जाथा जाथा तबे तो कइब हरि नाम सुखे अपराध हवे हाता तबे ते कइब हरि नाम सुखे अपराध हवे हाता तबे तो कइब हरि नाम सुखे अपराध हवे हाता हरे नाम सुखे अपराध हवे हाता गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो हे दासे तृणपे गतिहीना करो दासे तृणपे गतिहीना कभी है नो कृपा लबिए जाना के तरह हवे ना था लबिए जाना के तरह हवे ना था शक्ति बुद्धिहीना मियाते दीना कुरु मोरे आत्मसाथा कुरु मोरे आत्मसाथा शक्ति बुद्धिहीना मियाते दीना कुरु मोरे आत्मसाथा मियाते दीना कुरु मोरे आत्मसाथा गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो हे दासे तृणपे गतिहीना गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो हे दासे तृणपे गतिहीना या करो हे दासे तृणपे गतिहीना जगत विचारे किछु नहीं पाए तुम्हारा करुणा सारा जगत विचारे किछु नहीं पाए तुम्हारा करुणा सारा करुणा न होइले कंदिया कंदिया प्राण न रखिबो आरा होइले कंदिया कंदिया प्राण न रखिबो आरा करुणा न होइले कंदिया कंदिया प्राण न रखिबो आरा होइले कंदिया कंदिया प्राण न रखिबो आरा गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो हे दासे तृणपे गतिहीना करो हे दासे तृणपे गतिहीना गुरुदेव कृपा बिंदु दिया करो हे दासे तृणपेकातिहीना दिया करो एह दासे तृणपेकातिहीना जय गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा 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 जय गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा No, don't apologize.
महामंत्र दिशा है क्या दिशा जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्त कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्त वृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवसति गौरभक्त वृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवसति भक्त वृंद श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्त वृंद श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्त वृंद श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवसदि गौरभक्त वृंद Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Ramo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai, 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 Nitai Gauranga. Ay, Nitai, 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 Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Ay, Shoti Maya Pranadana Gaurahari Gaurahare Shoti Maya Pranadana Gaurahare Gaurahare Gaura Gaura Gaurahare Nitai Gaurahari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Jaya Radha Jai Jagannath Jai Jagannath Jai Jagannath Jaya Jagateranath Jai Jagannath Jai Jagannath Jai Jagannath Jaya Jagateranath Jai Baladev Jaya Subhadra Jai Baladev Jaya Subhadra Jai Baladev Jaya Subhadra Jai Baladev Jaya Subhadra Jagannath Swami Nayana Pathagami Nayana Pathagami Bhavatu Me Jagannath Swami Nayana Gami Nayana Pathagami Bhavatu Me Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jaya Srila Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jaya Srila Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jaya Srila Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jaya Jai Jai Gurudev Jai Gurudev Jai Gurudev Jaya Srila Gurudev Jai Gurudev Jai Gurudev Jai Gurudev Jaya Srila Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jai Gurudev Gurudev Gurudev
After the introduction. Oh, sorry, bro.
Where do you want to stand?
I will stand here so that I will not block anybody. It's the first time I'm
Well,
doing this.
the thing is, you
Yes. I'll stand aside, bro. Yeah, thanks.
just make sure your back is not to show proper.
So once the speaker speaks, they will. Hare Krishna. So thank you so much for coming to temple today. Today is the 78th appearance day of His Holiness Bhakti Swami Maharaj. So I just want to give a little introduction if somebody is not very familiar with Maharaj. So Bhakti Swami Maharaj is a Gaudiya Vaishnava sannyasi and leader of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. He was born in Bengal in 1945 and spent most of his early life in the city of Calcutta in 1970. He left India to study chemistry in Germany, coming across Vedic literature while in Germany. He discovered the richness of India, spiritual heritage. In 1975, he returned to India to wholeheartedly pursue spiritual life. Maharaj came across a book called Nectar of Devotion. Becoming engrossed in the depths of the book, he realized that he had found his spiritual master and the path for which he was searching. As you know, the author is His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. In 1976, Maharaj joined the ISKCON temple in Mayapur while awaiting Srila Prabhupada's return in India. So when Srila Prabhupada returned to India at the end of 1976 and met his aspiring disciple, from their first meeting, Srila Prabhupada gave Maharaj the assignment of translating all his books into Bengali and then made him his secretary for Indian affairs. Srila Prabhupada gave Maharaj first and second initiation simultaneously. 3 months later, Srila Prabhupada awarded him the renounced order of sannyasa. Maharaj traveled with and personally with and served Srila Prabhupada for the final year of Prabhupada's life. 1995, Maharaj has translated into Bengali all Srila Prabhupada's books, works and major Vedic literatures, consisting of more than 50 volumes of books including Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita and Nectar of Devotion, just as Srila Prabhupada had instructed him in his first meeting. In 1996, Maharaj took on a big task of making biographical video epic on the life of Srila Prabhupada. Entitled as Abhay Charan series, the video series was broadcasted nationwide in India and distributed globally on DVD, and later now it's available on YouTube if anybody wants to watch that one. In 2004, at the invitation of the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Maharaj built an magnificent new ISKCON temple in just 10 months in Ujjain. Ujjain, as you know, like the ancient and holy city, also known as Avantika, and it's the place where Lord Krishna and Balram went to school. Maharaj served as ISKCON governor for France, South Africa at the time, when each of these zones were facing immense difficulties, and through perseverance was able to turn around the spiritual situations there. In 2007, Maharaj began an altar production facility in Ujjain. The facility manufactures beautiful deity altars of all shapes and sizes for temples and devotees globally. In 2020, He left India for America. He left from India to America with a great determination to continue his preaching and supporting the food distribution program to COVID first responders, that is hospitals, police, and firefighters in Florida. Unfortunately, Maharaj contacted with the COVID-19 virus and departed this earthly realm on July 4th, 2020. This is a small, brief introduction about Bhakti Swami Guru Maharaj. So now I invite the temple president, Sri Nityananda Prabhu, to speak few words about, I'm sorry, he's not, oh, he's there. To speak about few words about Bhakti Swami Maharaj, please.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuranmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchakalpa Trubhischa Kripasindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavnebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha. Jai Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada so much loved Bhakti Charu Maharaj. You know, when he left, at the time when a number of devotees left because of COVID. COVID was just the excuse. I think it was just Srila Prabhupada wanting his devotee with him, wherever he's preaching. Prabhupada, one time, I gave a very wonderful... By the way, I first want to welcome Radhika Jivan Prabhu. Yes, Radhika Jivan? Yes, from South Africa. He's a disciple of Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. He's visiting the US. And we're hoping he'll stay a few days here in Dallas, maybe 4 or 5 days a week or something. But thank you very much for visiting, Prabhu. He's just a very nice devotee, amazing disciple of Maharaj. Maharaj would be so happy to see you here in Dallas. Maharaj so much loved Dallas himself. One time he was thinking this will become his business headquarters. Some of you might remember he brought in some devotees, Baladev Vidyabhushan Prabhu and Purandar Prabhu and Chandaneshwar, who's still here with us, like that, just wonderful devotees, and for some reason it didn't quite work out. Business is not easy, we all know. Krishna Maharaj also started some businesses earlier on, right? You all were involved in it, Kartikeya Prabhu and was who, Radha, Vinod Prabhu, Mathurnath, right? Anyway, so going back to Maharaj. Maharaj actually served Prabhupada in a way that he was so close that he could understand Srila Prabhupada just like Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, right? It's very close to Prabhupada. And when people wanted to know something about Prabhupada, they would speak to Gurudev actually, even when Prabhupada was present here. So like that was similar with Bhakti Charu Maharaj. So Bhakti Charu Maharaj one time spoke about a dream that he had in which Srila Prabhupada visited him. That year, Bhakti Charu Maharaj was the chairman of the North America, of the International GBC. And so in the dream, when Prabhupada visited with him, Bhakti Charu Maharaj wanted to apologize to Prabhupada because Srila Prabhupada had said when he was departing this world that if you want to show your love to me, then cooperate, cooperate if you want to show your love to me. And at that time, there were a lot of conflicts going on inside ISKCON. So Maharaj apologized to Prabhupada. I'm so sorry, you wanted us to all cooperate, but we're fighting so much, And so Prabhupada said, no, that's okay. He said, what happens is, he says, actually Krishna comes and to retrieve his devotees, he wants them to all come back home again. He says, see how I come and I play with the cowherd boys and I dance with my gopis and things like that. You can also join us. Please come and join us. That's really the program. And so, but when Krishna comes and then he leaves, within a short amount of time, about 200 years, people forget. And it sort of goes back to same situation as it was before Krishna came. So then, he says, then Krishna comes as Gauranga Mahaprabhu. Again, to give a second reminder, and this time makes it more powerful. See, the first time he came, he sort of set the standard very high. Sarva Dharman Paritaja, like that, right? And it was very high standard. The second time he comes as Gauranga Mahaprabhu, he makes it very easy. He says, just chant, feast and dance, that's all. Just chant the holy names of the Lord, feast and dance, and you'll be okay. I'll take you back. Whatever your shortcomings are, I'll take care of it. But he says, even after Gauranga Mahaprabhu leaves, within 300 or 400 years, again, it goes back to the same situation again. So he says, then I come. This is Prabhupada talking to Maharaj. Then he says, I come. And I, this time, make it really easy for everybody. And I start with those who are, in some ways, the least likely to become devotees, right? It's just like Lord Ramachandra chose the monkeys to fight the war and defeat the greatest general in the universe at the time, you know. Ravana was very powerful. If you really know about the story of Ravana, you'd think this guy is undefeatable. He's just undefeatable, you know, like that. So he says, then he comes, and then he initiates devotees into his disciples, and then he says the disciples make disciples, they're his grand disciples, and those grand disciples make disciples, the great grand disciples. So like that, he says there's a train like that goes from universe to universe to universe to universe and delivers all the universes. So he said that's what's happening. And he says in some universes, people fight a lot. And he says in some universes, they cooperate. He says this is not, so Maharaj says to Prabhupada, obviously ours is not a cooperation universe. This is a universe where we fight a lot. He said, yeah, that's true. So Maharaj said, well, then it's all lost, right? I mean, you know, we're all squandering this great opportunity. He says, no, what will happen is, a few generations later, some of them will come to their senses and they'll realize you shouldn't be fighting with devotees. Don't fight with devotees. Devotees have differences of opinion because they're all very smart and they all want to try this method and that method and that method. And he says, we want them to do that. We want them to use different methods because then many more people will join, right? If you have one style, then the people who like that style join, others don't join, right? But when you have many styles, then, you know, somebody likes prasadam, joins temples that are prasadam temples, or, you know, temples that give classes nicely, or temples where they dance nicely, or temples where the devotees are very loving. Like, you know, Dallas is considered, amongst all the temples in the world, there's a reputation in the international GBC that Dallas is considered like one of the best temples when it comes to devotees being affectionate to one another when guests come. When the guests come, they're very nice to the guests. So, so like that, you have different flavors, right? Like that. So then Maharaj became very happy to hear that actually ISKCON will one day flourish very nicely because the younger devotees will actually learn to get together. And Prabhupada did say it'll be the third or fourth generation when things are going to come into a very good focus and everything will be very nice like that. And so today we are very fortunate that we are celebrating Maharaj's Vyasa Puja. You can see from his photographs, such an effulgent personality, right? It's almost like the saffron cloth he wears is the same color as his skin. You know, it's like he's got saffron skin, you know. Saffron is such a color, they say that on different days, different colors have emphasis. But saffron is every color in the system. So if you don't know what cloth to wear, you know, you don't know which color is best, just wear saffron. If you wear saffron, then you got it, you know, you can't, there's no mistake. Nobody can complain. Like, you know, some people when they go to programs like weddings, you know, they like to wear blue or red or something like that. And some have white. Like in America, we see the brides, they generally wear white, right? White dresses and what's the other color they have? That no, it's the bone color. There's a nice name for the bone color. Anyway, so ivory, thank you, ivory, like that. But, you know, if you have any doubts, wear saffron. And he's got like a saffron-colored skin, right? It looks like a skin-colored saffron as well. But it's such an amazing Maharaj. When he actually left his body and there are people actually talking about him, I remember a lot of the classes that Giriraj Maharaj gave about Maharaj. And no doubt about it that Maharaj was considered a person, a very soft-charactered person. You know, those of us who heard him singing, we know how... By the way, I'm supposed to be giving class today. So they said, can you make your class about this? I said, okay, 10 minutes. So I'm going to finish very quickly. But the point is that Maharaj had a very amazing demeanor where it's very soft. His kirtans were so sweet. Every time you hear his kirtan, you feel like this is just sweet melody. It's just like sweetness whizzing out. And even when devotees had conflicts, when he would come and mediate between devotees, things worked out very nicely. He was a very soft-hearted person. He'd look at both sides and work it out for everybody. So we're very fortunate that we came to know him, and some of us had nice association with him, and were able to learn from him about how to be a truly nice devotee. And as we know, Srila Prabhupada gave him first, second, and sannyas in the same initiation, right? I mean, that's just an indication of how advanced he was. And if you hear Srila Gurudev speak about him, one time Gurudev was speaking about all the different spiritual masters during his own Vyasa Puja. You might remember that right here in Dallas. And he was talking about Maharaj. And you could feel the love they had with one another. And then when Gurudev left this planet, Maharaj came out with a booklet. Some of you may still remember that booklet, in which it had Gurudev and Prabhupada. Ah, there you are. Yeah, it's fantastic. See how Krishna makes the arrangement? That's the magazine, yeah, in which is Prabhupada and Gurudev on the photo, on the front page. So sweet, marvelous, so sweet. I mean, all of us who were disciples of Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, we were floored by that. We felt so happy for him showing so much love. But this is the essence of the movement. We really need to show a lot more love amongst ourselves, because really what it is that when we as a family come across as people who really care for one another, who really take care of one another nicely, who have so much love for one another, then others outside want that as well. That's what they really want. They want to go somewhere where they are respected, where they are loved. Prabhupada said love and trust, right? Like that. So I'm so happy that in our community we do that. And Maharaj coming here has contributed to that a lot. He would speak to us about that, because Gurudev was very much like that himself. So, Jai, Srila Bhakti Chara Swami Maharaj ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Like Krishna is the Supreme Father, similarly Nityananda Prabhuji is our community father. He is the best spiritual counselor and well-wisher of everybody. So we're really thankful to you, Nityananda Prabhuji. So now we have Chaitanya Chand, His Grace Chaitanya Chand Prabhu is here. So his health is not good, but still on our humble request he come to give his valuable association. So really thankful to you, Prabhuji. So please come, Prabhuji.
Vanchakopadarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Shri Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. I don't know how many devotees have already spoke, but we didn't have too much association with Bhakti Charu Maharaj, but he used to come here to be with Tamal Krishna Goswami pretty regularly back in the 80s. And he and Tamal Krishna Maharaj were very intimate friends. And so I got to travel one time with Tamal Krishna Goswami to India, and not exactly with him, but at the same time. And we met up and we stayed together in, we're staying in Bhakti Charu Maharaj's, he had some kind of apartment there in Calcutta, and he let us stay there. And his disciples, anybody know Chaitanya Das? Right? Is he still around in Calcutta? No? Beautiful family. They were cooking for, Bhakti Charu Maharaj asked them to cook for Tamal Krishna Goswami. So they brought 9 sabjis, 2 rices, 2 soups, chutneys, and like 3 or 4 sweets to the office. And I think Chakri was there, I was there, Shalagram was there. I forget who else was there. And then the next day, Bhakti Shumars asked us to go to their house and eat. So they made 22 sabjis. And so much other stuff that was like mind-blowing. It was the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. So then we went to Bhuvaneshwar, overnight train with Tamal Krishna Maharaj. Then Bhakti Shumars picked us up the next day. He was traveling he had a bus, and he was traveling with the devotees from Belgium, a bunch of young bhaktas and bhaktins from Belgium, 15 of them, I think. And they went to Chirikora, Gopinath, and some other places. And they picked us up, and then we went to Puri. So every day, Bhakti Shumars would go and get prasadam for everybody by himself. First day, it took several hours to get the prasadam, and the poor Belgian bhaktas were freaking out. But Bhakti Shumars shows up with this, I don't know how many vehicles he came with, because they had like 26 pots of this Jagannath prasadam. And then he served it out. He and I and somebody else, we served out all of his bhaktas. He served everybody. He got all the prasadam, and then he served it. And it was like, wow, such a sweet service attitude, First of all, you're feeding everybody, and he paid for everything. We were just like, and every day, we were there for several days. Every day he went there and got all this amazing Jagannath prasadam. He knew some people there, some Brahmins or something. But I always kind of reflected that Bhakti Churu Swami, Tamal Krishna Maharaj used to glorify his sweet heart like he had the heart of a Bengali grandmother. And I always thought, this kind of sweetness that he had doesn't exist in the material plane. It's like a different level of bhakti, It's like his devotion for Prabhupada was so deep. He had such love. So I thought, well, the liberated souls have the deepest bhakti. And that kind of bhakti is what we're attracted to in them, so that we can kind of get a little taste of what real bhakti is. Because here in this world, it's full of envy and hatred and jealousy and all kinds of other qualities that are not attractive. So then when we have the association of a great sadhu like Bhakti Churu Swami, then we see, oh wow, there's some real love here in this world. And I saw him the last time in New Taliban at our farm there in Mississippi. They had a Rath Yatra in New Orleans, and he was there for that. And then they had a special Prabhupada festival. And I just happened to bump into him, and he was like, he hadn't seen me forever or something, He was like, gave me a big hug, and he was just so affectionate. I was just like, I felt like a piece of dirt next to him. He's so pure. But he was, he asked how everybody was doing, and he wanted to know everything about Dallas and all the devotees in Dallas. And then he spoke some really beautiful stuff. And I was always thinking that with all that humility and sweetness, just like the temple that he built in Ujjain, has anybody been there? Is it really, really as wonderful as it sounds? And he did it all within a year. Huh? 10 months? That's inconceivable. That in such a beautiful project you could do it that fast. So he's super empowered, it's like, so we're fortunate that we had his association, and we get to meditate on him for inspiration. And he was also, I think, on par with Tamal Krishna Goswami as far as devotees who knew how to honor really good prasadam. He's famous for training people around the world how to cook. He went through this beautiful pizza phase, And he trained my wife in the Philippines how to cook it, and so many other people. He trained her how to cook a few things in the Philippines when he was there, because he would visit Tamal Krishna Maharaj when he was there in the Philippines. Anyway, thank you very much. Shri Bhakti Chur Maharaj Ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Charan Charan Prabhu. Now may I request His Grace Meenakshi Prabhu, please come and speak few words over commoners.
Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksurumilitanjana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manovistan Stavit. Okay. Thank you everyone for being present right here. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. We're gathering right now to glorify a Vaishnava. Vaishnava is somebody who came to this world to teach us how to get in this world and get out. That's a Vaishnava. So, Srila Bhakti Saraswami, he was cooking so much for Srila Prabhupada. He was serving so much for Srila Prabhupada. He was preaching so much for Srila Prabhupada. That's a devotee. That's a Vaishnava. So, we have the responsibility now to follow his disciple, to follow what he say, to keep going in devotional service. Because without devotional service, this body is useless, complete useless. It's one verse is finished with Shrama Eva Hi Kevalan, wasting time. If you don't apply to Lord Krishna, you know, glorify the Lord any moment, all the time. It's like right now, we are right here in the temple listening about Krishna. Some people watching TV, some people going to the bar, some people drinking. That's useless. That's a Shrama Eva Hi Kevalan. So we are not in the same platform that those people. We have to stop all the nonsense that we do in our life and rectify, because we have to be an example of Vaishnava mean. So Bhakti Swarup Swami, he explained very easy, the process of Krishna consciousness. So following what he did, so we have to do the same thing. We have to chant our round, minimum 16 rounds. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. In that way, we develop the no desire for things that we don't need. It's like a Dhruva Maharaj. Dhruva Maharaj, he was asking the Lord, Lord, I'm going to do whatever I take to get what I want. Krishna sent Narada Muni to teach him how to Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, how to glorify Lord Krishna and purify himself. So when he got the complete knowledge about what Krishna is, he said, Krishna, I don't want nothing else, they only serve you. So that is pure devotional service. He don't need nothing else to be satisfied. He only satisfied Lord Krishna, chanting the holy name, associating with the body, taking prasadam, and living peaceful to get out from this existence, this material world. So, we'll glorify a Vaishnava. We are trying to be a Vaishnava. At the same time, Srila Prabhupada teaches us how to be a real Vaishnava. That's why Srila Bhakti Charu, his example of life, show us how to get that goal. It's the higher goal. You don't need nothing else. So anyway, I'm going to stop right here. Thank you very much, everyone, for being in Krishna consciousness. Thank you for coming to the temple on Sunday. And thank you to glorify Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Dev Maharaj Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Jai.
Thank you, Prabhu. May I request Radhika Jivan Prabhu, please come and he's our god brother also. Please come and talk a few words.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Charu Swamin iti namine Snikta Cheta Supraneta Vagminam Chara Saplutam Prabhupada Gata Prana Nomi Bhakti Charupadam Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamin iti namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Pascheta Deshatarine Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pabhinebhyo Vaishnavbhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivas Adi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Thank you very much. This is my first time I am visiting the Dallas temple. I've always wanted to visit here after reading Srila Prabhupada's Leela Amrita and seeing pictures of Prabhupada with the little children just outside. So I've always wanted to visit, and somehow Krishna made the arrangement that I come here on the appearance day of my Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. So I first saw Srila Bhakti Charu Maharaj, Gurudev, just before Krishna Janmashtami, 1995, that's maybe July or August 1995 at the Durban Shri Radha Radhanath temple. And I went for the first time for the Sunday Love Feast. First time I ever went to a Hare Krishna temple, and he gave the Sunday Love Feast talk. And thereafter, I've seen him many times in South Africa, and but unfortunately I was not ready to become, I was not serious. Finally, in 2016, 2015, I decided I would take initiation because I was living in the temple as a full-time servant for over 4 years, and there was a lot of pressure to take initiation. So, but I still didn't pursue it. So finally, in 2016, I wrote to our temple president and told him, I feel now I can take initiation. So he asked me, from which guru do you want to take initiation from? So I told him I want to take initiation from His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami. At that time I had no contact with him, even by email, or I didn't even speak to him personally. So he sent the letter of recommendation, and in 2016 on Ram Navami Day, I was initiated at a devotee's home by His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami. And the day before that was the first time that I met him, and he asked me personal questions. And then he told me that you must be in Chevron. So I'm not a qualified brahmachari by any way, but just by his instruction I'm in Chevron. And also thereafter had a few wonderful times that I was in his personal association. The first was later on in 2016, when I was in Sydney, Australia, I went on a retreat. I was part of his personal entourage. I was washing and ironing his cloth every day. So I lived in the same house with him, and there was a retreat at a beach resort. So that was probably the first time I had some personal contact with him. And later on in 2018, I served for 2.5 months at DeLand, Florida. And I had a lot of association with him there. And I was very fortunate that he taught me, along with another devotee, how to plant magnolia trees. So maybe if you go to DeLand, at the back of where the guest houses are, you'll see a lot of magnolia trees that make up like a fence or a border. So I was part of that. He actually called us one day into his room, and he showed us a YouTube video how to plant magnolia trees. And he told us, this is how you should do it. So I realized he must have looked at many videos, and he chose this one, which he thought was the best. So my association with Guru Maharaj is very limited, but I'd just like to share a few quotes that we received via WhatsApp. One second. Okay, the first quote is from Spiritual Connections, Volume 1, 1993. Quote, this is a quote from Srila Bhakti Charu Swami. As your spiritual master, my only concern is to help you to make spiritual advancement. Actually, my main responsibility is to place you at the lotus feet of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. By attaining His lotus feet, you will automatically achieve the shelter of Krishna. Unquote. The next quote is also from Spiritual Connections. Quote, everything is in Srila Prabhupada's books. This is why we put so much emphasis on reading his books, preaching from his books, and distributing his books. If we just make Srila Prabhupada's books our life and soul, we will automatically make spiritual advancement. Try to study his books very sincerely and scrutinizingly, and consider it one of your most important spiritual activities. Unquote. And I would like to end with this final quote. This is an excerpt from a talk given on the cruise retreat. Okay, it's, quote, I thought of speaking about the instructions. Anyway, maybe I should briefly mention that also. 3 instructions I consider from Srila Prabhupada to be the most important. The first one is that no matter whatever happened, do not leave ISKCON. Second one is, your love for me will be shown by how much you cooperate with each other. And the third instruction is, consider the GBC to be the ultimate managing authority. Just abide by that. Personally, I think these 3 instructions to be the most important. And after Srila Prabhupada left the planet, personally I've gone through various turmoils, but these 3 instructions I have seen saved me from the greatest difficulties. Hare Krishna. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Prabhuji. So now may I request Krishna Prabhu, Haribol.
Hare Krishna. Anyway, we'll see if we could get this to work. Yeah. Yes, Huddy. Okay. Thank you all for coming here. Thanks to my beloved spiritual master, Tamal Krishna Goswami. I had some short association with Bhakti Charu Maharaj. And Chaitanya Chandra mentioned earlier that Bhakti Charu Maharaj was quite the connoisseur of prasadam, because Srila Prabhupada had personally taught him and trained him how to prepare prasadam the proper way. So during his visits, fortunately, I was Tamal Krishna Goswami's personal servant at the time, so I got the good fortune of meeting so many elevated spiritual masters, gurus, sannyasis, senior devotees, because they would come to visit Tamal Krishna Goswami. Well, anyway, during Bhakti Charu Maharaj's visit, I always liked Bhakti Charu Maharaj because he always wore the coolest shoes. He had the coolest shoes I asked him one time, I says, Maharaj, where do you get your shoes at? I want some shoes like this. He says, you get them in India, but you'll never. Anyway, so when they would meet, it was Tamal Krishna Goswami. I could say this because I witnessed this. He treated Bhakti Charu Maharaj like not his little brother, but like his little sister. The reason why I say that is brother and little brother, they don't have the same relationship as a brother and a little sister. The brother is always looking out, like Govinda in Vrinda. I see that he looks out and she looks out for him, and they're just like so sweet together. So Gurudev was like that with Bhakti Charu Maharaj. He would treat him so affectionately, and the reciprocation was always there. And it's hard to really explain. You have to really kind of be there and feel it. The love that they had for each other was just, it was phenomenal. And after reading Bhakti Charu Maharaj's book, I seen how close those two were. They both had the exact same thought pattern: to serve and please Srila Prabhupada. That was the only thing, is what I got out of that book. They just wanted to serve. So, Gurudev, on a Saturday night, he called me up to his room, and he says, Bhakti Charu Maharaj is here. I'm going to have him for lunch tomorrow, and I want you to serve. I says, so is he going to take Italian food? Because usually when I serve his guests, Gurudev would always have Gopanandini or Nandini or somebody cook Italian food. He says, no. He likes Italian food, but he's a connoisseur of Indian food. So we're going to serve him Indian food. So he would make you get in touch with this mother, you get in touch with this mother, she's gonna make this, she's gonna make that, and it was like a puzzle, you know, to what he was he was strategizing a lunch. He was literally putting this whole thing in his mind that how he's gonna, everything had to be perfect. Never serve a cold chapati. Oh, I tried that one time. I should have left my body. It was, don't ever do that. So it was very particular, and especially with Bhakti Churu Maharaj, because he was also like Gurudev, a connoisseur of prasadam. And they relish it together, and their conversation, I can't remember, but it was like, you know, a married couple that on a honeymoon. The love was just so incredibly intense, and you know, and of course I always tried to do my best to make Bhakti Churu Maharaj as comfortable as possible. As a matter of fact, I think I was a little annoying on trying to make his comfort as, you know, him as comfortable as possible. But Bhakti Churu Maharaj, what really, what really got me was when I first went to India for Gurudev's Pushpa Samadhi installation at Govardhan. And Bhakti Churu Maharaj was there along with so many other great sannyasis and gurus. And when he was giving his speech about Tamal Krishna Goswami, he was crying. And he mentioned that he wanted to leave his body, that he was thinking about committing suicide when he found out that Tamal Krishna Goswami left. And something happened to me. It changed my life, because when there's love like that between two godbrothers, and a lot of that's here in Dallas, we have a lot of similar love like that. There's, like Nityananda says, there's a very loving community. And Bhakti Churu Maharaj, he went on to speak and speak. He says, you know, when Tamal Krishna Goswami left, it was like we lost the captain of our football team. And our football team cannot function properly without a captain. And he was the captain. So now, who's going to fill that captain's seat? He says that's going to be a very difficult thing to do, if at all. Tamal Krishna Goswami to Bhakti Churu was his whole world. He protected him. He when he was serving Srila Prabhupada, he kept him in perfect check, I should say, perfect order. Do this like this, do this like this, do this like this. And when you got a good teacher, you always get a good student. And that's what Tamal Krishna Goswami, I feel, has done for Bhakti Churu Maharaj in his life, as with many others. During that same ceremony for Gurudev's Pushpa Samadhi, Shivaram Maharaj stood up and spoke similar. And he says, Shivaram Maharaj says, I've learned more from Tamal Krishna Goswami about Prabhupada than I've learned from Prabhupada himself. He says, he taught me more than and he brought me so much closer to Srila Prabhupada. And so many other gurus were speaking the same way. So, anyway, we'll stay on the subject with Bhakti Churu Maharaj. I was very fortunate. I got to touch his feet many times. Just bragging. And yeah, it was a sad day on July 4th, 2020, when we got the news that he had departed, because he was in good health for a long time, most of his life, and then all of a sudden he got sick. And when you just chop something off, it kind of hurts hard. It really hurts. I mean, you could wean people off of certain things, like, you know, but when you just cut them dry, it's a very difficult thing to accept in your mind. So I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank Bhakti Churu Maharaj. He had given me a lot of different flavors in association and service, how to serve my spiritual master. So I thank him for that. And I thank all of his wonderful disciples here that we get to serve together and be together with the same common reason to glorify our spiritual masters. So on this day, my humble obeisances to Bhakti Churu Maharaj and to all of you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Now may I request Prabhupada Priya Mataji to speak few words, followed by Dharma Prabhu. So we are planning to start Pushpanjali at 5:30. So 3 minutes each.
Hare Krishna. His Holiness Bhakti Churu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. So I had the good fortune to associate with Bhakti Churu Maharaj many times at many different places, often in Mayapur, in the UK, France, USA. And he was always just so transcendental. You know, when you think of Bhakti Churu Maharaj, just one word comes into my mind, it's transcendental. And devotees used to say that Bhakti Churu Maharaj had one foot in the spiritual world. He was just not of this world. And it's interesting because just before I came here today, I was teaching a Bhakti Shastri class for the youth, and we were studying the section, chapter 2, texts 54 to 61, all about the symptoms of a person in transcendental consciousness. Where Arjuna asks, how does he sit, how does he speak, how does he walk? And Krishna answers, and all of the ways that Krishna describes a person with transcendental consciousness perfectly describes Bhakti Churu Swami. So when I came from that class and I sat down here, I was like, this is what transcendence looks like. You just look at Bhakti Churu Swami's life and his behavior, the way he would deal with devotees, the way he would respond to situations. So, and one thing very notable, one of Bhakti Churu Maharaj's major contributions to ISKCON, I don't know if someone may have mentioned this, was in the matter of Vaishnava etiquette. He was really, if you've read Chaitanya Charitamrita and you see how Lord Chaitanya's eternal associates interact with each other, you can see how Bhakti Churu Maharaj would just fit right in that, right in that scheme of things, right in that sangha, so perfectly. And I think that he observed, you know, because in an international organization, especially in the beginning with a lot of Americans, that, I mean, it's the material world, it's Kali Yuga, and, you know, it's a harsh world, and it can make us a little harsh in our dealings with each other. And Bhakti Churu Swami was such a gentleman, so graceful, and I think he really wanted to refine, refine all of the members of ISKCON and really get us to adopt this Vaishnava etiquette as our lifestyle. And so he was always, often talking about Vaishnava etiquette. He wrote a book called Vaishnava Etiquette, which is around somewhere, and like a manual for how to act in this situation, what to say in this situation, how to respond to this situation, the way a Vaishnava would respond, the way a true follower of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would respond. So it's just so nice, you know, that he really wanted us to step up and be to live our lives in a way that's pleasing to Krishna. And another contribution that Bhakti Churu Swami made was, well, one thing I can say about him before saying this is that he was so dedicated to Srila Prabhupada, just 100%, and not just to Srila Prabhupada as his guru, but to the institution of ISKCON that Srila Prabhupada created. He saw the two as non-different. He saw that his his devotion to Prabhupada and his devotion to ISKCON were non-different. The two were, you can't have one without the other. And so, yeah, when I was in the GBC College for Leadership Development, he taught one of the sections, and it was all about that. It was all about Srila Prabhupada and ISKCON, that these are the same. ISKCON is Srila Prabhupada's transcendental body, and we need to serve no matter what happens. Just stick with it. Just stay in this movement, and everything will be all right. So, and we see that that's what he did. You know, and he was that person that because he was so refined in his dealings, because he was so cultured and transcendental, that whenever there were some major conflicts in ISKCON, if no one else could solve the problem, Bhakti True Maharaj was called in. He was called in, and he would be able to deal with the most, devotees who were in the most, angry and upset and just difficult, and he would just smooth out the wrinkles by his presence, which was so saintly. He was very expert at that. So he did so much valuable service. And then, what I was going to say before was that in order to glorify Srila Prabhupada and all that he had accomplished, he produced this amazing Abhay Charan video series, which was the first kind of film presentation of Srila Prabhupada. Of course, now we have more. We have different video series and collected videos, but that was kind of the first. And it was very unique because it was it was actually live film. It was live actors and props and scenes and depicting Srila Prabhupada's whole life. And actually, my family is in that video because, and I'll tell you how that happened. It was a transcendental trick. You can see this is an example of Bhakti True Swami's strategic ingenuity. So what happened was, we were visiting the Bhaktivedanta Manor in London, and Maharaj gave class that morning, so we attended his class. And then it was announced at the end that Bhakti True Maharaj would be doing a program at this hall in Wembley. Wembley's a part of North London where there's a lot of Indians. It's like an Indian community. So they rented this hall, and we were just told Maharaj is going to do a program at the hall. So, and everybody's invited, and there'll be amazing prasadam. And when Bhakti True Maharaj says there's going to be amazing prasadam, it's like you don't want to miss it. So I looked at my husband, and we were just like, Bhakti True Maharaj is having a program, let's go. So we went. We had no idea what it was going to be. We just thought, Bhakti True Maharaj, let's be there. So we went, we drove over, and we had a young daughter. My older daughter was only 6 months old at the time. So we got there, and the first thing they did, we walked through the door, and there was a little bit of pandemonium. It wasn't what we expected. It was like a lot of people milling about and things going on. They immediately received us at the door and ushered us straight to this back room where the prasadam was served, and they made us sit down, and they fed us to the hilt. I was like, this is so strange. Usually it's the talk first, and then the prasadam. And then they brought us out, and then they were just talking to us, and they were very interested in our daughter. So they were like, oh, it's your daughter, how old is she, and all this. And then we told her, and they said, well, the reason being is because the purpose of this event is we're actually filming. We're filming the time when Prabhupada came to London, and he spoke at Conway Hall to an audience of mainly Indians, but a few Westerners, and he had his Western devotees on the stage. There were those devotees that were in London, like Malati, Shamasundar, and Saraswati, and we need a baby. Can we use your baby? Can your baby be Saraswati? So I was like, the problem with my baby is she won't tolerate being held by anyone but me. So they're like, okay, well, we already have a Malati. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but anyways, go sit on the stage. And then they told my husband, you sit on the stage too. So we all just went straight from the prasadam hall to the stage, and they had the cameras, the lights, everybody, and they filmed. So yeah, we're in that scene. Actually, they cut the stage in such a way that I'm not showing, and my daughter's on my lap. She's not showing. My husband is showing in that scene. But I just thought it was so funny. And afterwards, Bhakti True Maharaj, he was thanking us so much. He was really just like so grateful that we came, that we agreed to be a part of it, that we made it all happen for him. But I just thought it was so cool how, because if he would announce, does anyone want to be in the film, as actors, nobody would have gone. Everyone would have been mental. Oh my God, what am I wearing? What do I look like? What am I going to do? I have to learn lines. But he was just like, it's just a program, and you just please come for prasadam. And that way, all the seats in the hall were filled, just like they were when Prabhupada went to Conway Hall, and the stage was full of Western devotees. They even had a baby, and it was perfect. So, yeah, I'll always remember that, how he transcendentally tricked us into being in the Abhay Charan video series. Yeah. And that way, Prabhupada, Bhakti Churu Maharaj was so intelligent to just, fulfill all of his missions and so many projects that he took up, Ujjain, the land, so many things just happened because that intelligence, that strategic thinking and how to make the devotees happy so they'll do whatever's needed. Just feed them and then give them some service and everybody's happy. So Bhakti Churu Maharaj is going to be one of the devotees that was one of my, ISKCON idols, one of those devotees that you always... And another thing that he did that was interesting, because on the one hand he was so sweet, but at the same time he was very strict when it came to actually etiquette, like how to respect devotees. So one time we were in Mayapur, and he was giving a class. He was actually giving a series of classes on the 10 topics of Srimad Bhagavatam, and I think it went for, there were several sessions. And he was very adamant that everyone come on time. He said it's very disrespectful to the speaker to walk in late. So everyone must come on time, and we're not going to let you in if you come late. So he said it very seriously, but some people didn't quite think that he was going to take it as seriously as he did. But as soon as I think it was 6 p.m., everyone had to be there. So he said, come early, because you won't get in late. So we got there early, and then at 6 p.m. he told his servant, go shut the door and lock it. And this was in Mayapur, over the temple, the Panchatattva extension where they have the English Bhagavatam class. It's a large room. And people were coming and they were knocking on the door, they were pushing the door, they were banging on the door, and everybody's just like, oh my God, this is so awkward. Bhakti Churu Maharaj was like, no one's getting in after the time. And he did that every day, and every day people came late and nobody got in after the time. Of course, the ones who came late the day before, they learned the lesson. He's like, no, they need to understand how to the etiquette, how to respect the speaker, that you don't just disturb the class and interrupt, distract everybody walking in and finding your place and making a commotion. It's like, no, we have to learn etiquette here, even if we learn it the hard way. So I just wanted to bring up that, because on the one side he's so sweet and affectionate and loving. The other side, it's like, no, we're going to do things properly. So he was very balanced in that approach, and he set a very high standard for us to follow. So we can all pray to Bhakti Churu Maharaj today to try to act properly as Vaishnavas with mutual respect for each other, and try to learn how to deal with each other in sweetness and affection in a way that will please Srila Prabhupada and please the Lord. His Holiness Bhakti Churu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai.
No may request.
Hare Krishna. His Holiness Bhakti Churu Maharaj Swami Ki. Does everybody know about Maharaj's book, Ocean of Mercy, right? This is his autobiography. And it's a beautiful book. I read it the first time, I had to immediately read it again. If you don't have it, please get it. Did anyone meet Maharaj? Who here met Maharaj? Okay, if you didn't meet Maharaj, do you want to meet him now? Do you want to have a relationship with him? You can. You can. Read his books, associate with his disciples, and you can understand who was Maharaj. I highly recommend it. He was an incredible personality. Like Mataji said, and others have said, he was really not of this world. And I saw it right here. The Maharaj was standing right here. He was not on the ground. He was the tiniest little bit off the ground. And when he walked, he glided. He glided like a swan. And that sounds strange, but it was really true. When you saw him, he was such a spiritualized personality. He was so Krishna conscious
that his consciousness was in the spiritual world. And it was so amazing just to see him would bring out emotion in you. Just when I'd see him down the hallway for the first time after a long time, I would feel so emotional just seeing him because he was such a spiritualized person. And it's the same way that we can become connected to Srila Prabhupada through our spiritual masters. You can become connected. You can pray to His Holiness, Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. You can pray to him. You can hear about his life. You can read his book. And you can get his mercy, and he will help you so much. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki.
Thank you, Prabhu. Now we are going to play a small video on Holy Name, spoken by His Holiness Bhakti Swami Maharaj, followed by Pushpanjali.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, very sweet. So this book, Spiritual Connections, as you know, he did many series of these. I think it was a quarterly, and this Spiritual Connection was a special memorial series for Tamal Krishna Maharaj, and. So at that time we had the Pushpa Samadhi for our spiritual master Tamal Krishna Maharaj out in the park. And at that time the Samadhi wasn't there. It was, you know, we were just putting his flowers in the whole ceremony. And Bhakti Charu Swami was in great anxiety because he had ordered cases of these books that were to glorify Tamal Krishna Maharaj, and they hadn't arrived. So he was somewhat transcendentally anxiety. So I remember that I walked into the temple room. They had arrived, and Maharaj was placing the books at Srila Prabhupada's feet, and just watching the totally transcendental, sublime love for Srila Prabhupada and his love for Tamal Krishna Maharaj was, tears just flowed from my eyes. It was a very special and intimate moment. And he came to Denver when we were living there and gave classes. And then I approached him and I asked him at that time, this had to be maybe 2000, I don't know, 13 maybe. And I asked him if he was going to do any more of these. And he said no, he was moving on to other projects. And what he did in Florida with Dalen is just remarkable also. So I just wanted to share that very special, intimate time. There are many things I could say, but we're moving on. So Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. So Jagannath Priyanatakam, yes. So our spiritual master Tamal Krishna Maharaj wrote this amazing book, which he read up in his quarters to us all, if you remember that. And Bhakti Charu Maharaj organized expert drama with expert actors and actresses in Mayapur for this Jagannath Priyanatakam, which was just, you know, it was 96. And also during 96 is Prabhupada's Centennial. That was the first series of the glorification of Srila Prabhupada's life that he offered at that time also. So a pure devotee, I just feel very blessed that I had a little bit of association with him. Hare Krishna, Jai Maharaj.
Nityanath.
Just give me 1 second, sorry.
Performed, then the Lord would appear from the sacrificial fire. In Dwapar Yuga, the Lord is already manifest in the temple and you are getting an opportunity to worship Him. See how it is becoming more and more simplified and more personal? Like in Dwapar Yuga, the Lord, you can... Such a wonderful opportunity. It is something like, consider a very important person. A very important person. Even to approach him is very difficult. Even to approach a very important person is very difficult. Now, can you just call a very important person by his name? Like, for example, what's the name?
Don't do that.
So now you cannot even approach a state president and address him by his name. Now can you imagine having the prerogative, having the opportunity to call the Supreme Personality of Godhead by his name? What an amazing prerogative it is, what an amazing opportunity it is. Calling him by the name. Krishna, who are you calling actually? So this opportunity was not available in other ages. When you say, for example, when you're worshipping the Lord, how do you do it? You worship by chanting mantra. There is a specific mantra, and by chanting that mantra in a specific way, you have to do the worship. But in this age, what opportunity we have, what special prerogative we have? Just call him by his name. So that is the amazing good fortune that the living entities, especially human beings of the age of Kali have received. That's why when Navajogendras, the 9 Yogendras, were having a discussion with King Nimi, they told him, Prabuddha, one of the 9 Yogendras, told him that the age of Kali has a wonderful opportunity. The age of Kali has one wonderful quality. Asti hi eko mahan guna, a great advantage. Kali Yuga has one great advantage. That is, just by chanting the holy name of the Lord, one can become free from his material bondage. Although the age of Kali is a very degraded age. That was also Parikshit Maharaj's consideration. When he confronted Kali, he was about to kill him. Which king would tolerate that a cow and bull is being tortured, Mother Earth herself is being tortured, Dharma is being tortured, to an extent that 3 legs of Dharma, 3 pillars of Dharma is broken? Who will allow that? Especially a just and noble and religious king. So Parikshit Maharaj was about to kill him. But Kali begged for his life. And Parikshit Maharaj granted it. Okay, fine. I will let you live. Now Parikshit Maharaj's consideration at that time was that Kali Yuga has, in one hand, it has a great disadvantage, but at the same time it has a great advantage as well. And when he measured, when he compared the advantage and disadvantage, then he saw that the advantage prevails over the disadvantage. And that's why he said, okay, I will let you survive, I'll let you live. And you can see what places Parikshit Maharaj gave to Kali. The 4 places of Adharma. Okay, you will spread your Adharma. You have these 4 places: meat eating, intoxication, illicit sex and gambling. And the 5th place is gold. Now, about this gold, there is another consideration. It's not just gold. The gold that is not used in Krishna's service, that gold is the place of Kali. When gold is used in Krishna's service, then this gold is Lakshmi. That is not Maya. Lakshmi's perverted reflection is Maya. So this is how Parikshit Maharaj actually made this, Parikshit Maharaj allowed Kali to make this arrangement. Okay, fine, you spread your influence, but unto whom? Those who are in total ignorance, those who do not want to accept the words of the saintly people. They will be suffering in this miserable condition. But those who will listen to the saintly people's advice, those who will listen to the devotees of the Lord, they will get an amazing benefit. And for that, what they will do? They will follow the 4 regulative principles. No meat eating. Why? Because it's a place of Kali. No intoxication. It's a place of Kali. No illicit sex. Place of Kali. No gambling. Place of Kali. So no to these 4 principles is no place for Kali. These people, those who follow this, will not be affected by Kali. And then they will have the advantage of chanting the holy name of the Lord. And the advantage is and having an opportunity to directly deal with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now there is another consideration, that is the general consideration. Satta, Treta, Dwapar, Kali. But this Kali is a very special Kali Yuga. How many of you know that how this Kali Yuga is a very special one? Please raise your hands. Yeah. This Kali Yuga is a very special Kali Yuga. Because in this Dwapar Yuga, Krishna came. This Krishna is not an incarnation. This Krishna is not a Yuga avatar. This Krishna is not an avatar. This Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This Supreme Personality of Godhead comes only once in a day of Brahma. There are different yugas, and in various yugas, various incarnations of the Lord are coming. But He Himself comes only once in 1,000 Chaturyuga, once in a day of Brahma. And what does it mean that Krishna comes? This Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is not an incarnation, or in simple words we can say that this Krishna is not the Supreme Personality of Godhead from Vaikuntha. In other yugas, in other Kali yugas, even by the Sankirtan process, when they achieve the spiritual perfection, they end up in Vaikuntha. They go to Vaikuntha. But this Krishna has revealed Vrindavan. This Krishna came from Vrindavan. He is not from Vaikuntha. Incarnations are from Vaikuntha. But this Krishna is from Vrindavan. And what's so special about Vrindavan? As I mentioned, that in Vrindavan, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Which Krishna is this? This Krishna is the son of Nanda Maharaj. This Krishna comes and reveals Vrindavan pastimes. What is Vrindavan pastimes? Vrindavan pastimes are the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, where He is allowing His devotees to develop a relationship with Him as a friend, as father and mother, and as His girlfriend. That's not possible in Vaikuntha. So that is the special aspect of Krishna of Vrindavan. And in order to allow His devotees to develop these relationships like that of a friend or parents or girlfriends, He is not acting like the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In Vrindavan, Krishna is not the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but in Vrindavan he is not the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is not acting like the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is acting as a cowherd boy. And what's he doing? He is having his loving exchange with his friends, with his parents, and with his lovers. That is the special prerogative, that's the special aspect of Vrindavan. So these Vrindavan pastimes of Krishna is revealed once in a day of Brahma. Otherwise people don't have information about Vrindavan. Had we not have come in this age, at this time, we wouldn't have, had we have come, even in Satyuga, even in this millennium, in this Chatur-yuga, we would have missed it. We wouldn't have known who Krishna is. It happened only in Dwapar Yuga. That was at the end of Dwapar Yuga, at the very end of Dwapar Yuga, about 140 years. Then Krishna performed his pastimes for 140 years, and when he withdrew his pastimes, Dwapar Yuga ended, Kali Yuga began. But then also people did not really understand who this Krishna is. There are many, even the Vaishnavas thought that this Krishna is an incarnation of Kshirodakshaya Vishnu. Other sampradayas thought that this Krishna is an incarnation. And this is his pastime. He is performing his pastimes in this way, in Vrindavan. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came and he revealed the secret. He came and he pointed out that this Krishna is the original Supreme Personality of Godhead. And his Vrindavan pastimes are the most excellent pastimes. Vrindavan means joy, Ananda. Krishna is Anandamaya, and this Anandamaya aspect of Krishna has become perfectly manifest in Vrindavan, especially through his dealings with Srimati Radharani. And the way to do it, way to have access to Vrindavan, way to get the eligibility to enter into Vrindavan is through congregational chanting of the holy name. So now let's get into holy name. Holy name. Actually, the Sanskrit word for that is Mahamantra. Mahamantra. Yesterday, during the initiation, I briefly discussed about this point. That sound. In this world, generally there are two types of sounds. One sound is meaningless sound. Sound, did it convey any meaning? Glass of water. This is also sound. What did it do? Conveyed some meaning? There's a glass of water. When I say it, and if you understand the language, then it conveys some meaning. So meaningless sound, meaningful sound. The meaningful sounds convey certain objects or certain feelings or emotions, etc. Or certain action. He is walking. Right? When this sound is carrying certain meaning to the listener. But if we say blah, 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 probably it will convey some meaning. So this is how there are In this world there are, we can see that there are two types of sound, meaningless sound and meaningful sound. But beyond this world there is another world. And the sound that comes from that world is called mantra. Mantras are not just some ordinary fabricated sounds. Mantras are actually sound that is coming from that world. And just as the sound of this world conveys some meanings, similarly these mantras convey some meaning from that world. These mantras convey some personalities from that world. And therefore this mantra is meant to be meditated upon. And by meditating on the mantra, one is elevated to the spiritual sky. So, this mantra, so here again we are, another point that we should be very, very concerned about is that meditation is not just sitting there trying to make your mind blank. Meditation must be supported or with the help of a mantra. Meditating on the mantra, chant the mantra, meditate upon the mantra. And as a result of that, the mantra will reveal the spiritual sky. That is what mantra does. Dibbo Gyan Hriday Prakashita. Tene Brahma Rida.
Hare Krishna devotees, we really apologize. Haribol, in the best interest of time, we need to stop the video. Sorry about that. Now,
He's speaking.
so now, Nityananda Prabhu, he is going to lead. Yeah. Now we are going to, Nityananda Prabhu going to lead the Pushpanjali now. Please stay. Thank you.
So this mic is working.
So if we can have all of you come over to the front, and the men can be on this side, the ladies on the other side, and if you can take some flower petals. We're going to be offering these flower petals 9 times, so don't throw all the flower petals at the same time. And after the Pushpanjali, we'll be doing Guru Puja. Simultaneously on the altar, we will start the Aarti, and then we'll continue with the Aarti until 7 o'clock. This way a little more so that there'll be more space. Okay? So we'll get started. Please repeat after me. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam sajivam sadvaitam savadhutam parijana sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisheshanyavadi Paschat Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shivarshabhanavi Devi Deitaya Kripabdhe Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhurya Jvala Premadhya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostate Namaste Gauravani Shri Murte Deenatarine Rupanuga Viruddhapa Siddhanta Dhvantaharine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagya Murte Vipralambara Sambodhe Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Sarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gauravir Bhava Bhumestvam Nirdeshta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarva Bhaumaha Shri Jagannathayate Namaha Vanchakalpa Tirubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratushe Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishna Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakhyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Mandamatir Gati Matsarvasva Padambhojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyat Brindaranya Kalpadramadaha Srimad Ratnagara Singhasanasto Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Prishtali Bihi Sevyamanu Smarami Shriman Rasa Rasarambhi Bamshi Bata Tata Stitaha Karshan Venusmaner Gopi Gopinath Shriyestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So now we're going to do the pranam mantra for Srila Bhakti-Charu Swami Maharaj, the first part of the mantra. And then each time we say the mantra, we'll offer the flower petals 3 times, and we'll repeat that 3 times. So that way we'll be offering the flower petals 9 times. And every time you offer the petals, please say Esha Pushpanjali. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Niti Namine Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Jai Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Niti Namine Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali. Jai Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Just come and stand here. You can stand there so that way it'll be easier. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Niti Namine Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali. Jai Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Srila Gurudeva Ki. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Avirbhav Mahatithi Ki. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Vyasa Puja Mahatsava Ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Astotar Sata Shishimad. His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj Srila Gurudeva Ki. Nitai Gaur Premanande. So now we'll do the Guru Puja to Bhakti Charu Maharaj, and at 6:30 simultaneously on the altar, Aarti will start, and after we do the Guru Puja, we'll just turn the other way and continue with the Aarti, the Sandhya Aarti. Okay? Thank you very much. Who's going to lead? Thank you.
Should we sing samsara or I need to stand in cartels. Stand in cartels. Samsaradava nalalida loka tranaya karyunagana tvam. In the stand, Prabhu, in cartels.
Mic is turned, right?
Praptasya kalyana gunanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Mahaprabhu Kirtan Nitya Gita Vaditra Madhyan Manasora Sena. Cartels. Romanchakam Pashutaranga Bajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Shri Vigraharadhana Nityanana Shringaratan Mandir Majanado. Yuktasya Bhaktam Stanayunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavat Prasado Swadana Chiptan Hari Bhakta Sangam. Chiptim bhajata sadeva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Shri Radhika Madhavayorapara Madhya Leela Gunarupa Nam. Pratikshana Swadanalonupashya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Nikundayono Ratikedi Siddhai Yayali Biryuktira Pekshaniya. Tatvati Daksha Dativalya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Sakshadaritvena samasa sastre Yuktasthata bhavyata eva sabhi. तु प्रभोया प्रिय एव चास्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दाम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादो यस्य प्रसाद न गति कुतोऽपि ध्यायन्तु वांस्तस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्यां वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दाम् संसारगावानललीललोक सनायकार्यनाघनगना त्वाम् प्राप्तस्य काल्यनादुनर्नवास्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दाम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दाम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दाम् वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दम् नमो ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमति भक्ति वेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पश्यता देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौरा भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौरा भक्तवृंद जय Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta-vrinda.
We can start Guru Arati.
Yeah?
Kiva Jaya Jaya Gorachade Arati ko shubha Bajaya Jaya Gorachade Arati ko shobha Janabe tatabane Jagamana loba Jan Janabe tatabane Jagamana loba Hai jagat jana mana loba jagat jana mana loba gorangera rote shobha jagat jana mana loba gorangera Jaga jana manaloba keva doke nitai char bame gadadar gadoke char ame gadadar nikate advaita srini vasa chhatradara nikate srini vasa chhatradara Eva Boche Achen Gorachar Ratna Singhasani Baboshe Achen Gorachar Singhasani আরতি করেন ব্রহ্মা আদি দেবগণে আরতি করেন ব্রহ্মা আদি দেবগণে ব্রহ্মায়াদি দেবগণে ব্রহ্মায়াদি দেবগণে আদি দেবগণে আমার গৌরাঙ্গের আরতি করেন ব্রহ্মায়াদি দেবগণে আমার গৌরাঙ্গের আরতি করেন ব্রহ্মায়াদি দেবগণে দেবানর আদি করে চমর দোলাই দেবনর চমর দোলাই সঞ্জয় মুকুন্দ বসু ঋষয়াদি গায় সঞ্জয় মুকুন্দি গায় শিবা বাজে ঘন্টা বাজে বাজে করতাল শিবা বাজে ঘন্টা বাজে বাজে করতাল মধুর মৃদঙ্গ বাজে পরমর চাল মধুর মৃদঙ্গ বাজে পরমর চাল মধুর 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 বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে শঙ্খ শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে এবা বহু কোটি চন্দ্র জিনি বদনয়োজল
চন্দ্রজনে বাদনৌজাল
গল দেশে বনমালা করে
জলমালা দেশে বনমালা করে জলমালা
জলমাল 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 করে জলমাল জলমাল আমার গৌরাঙ্গের গলে মালা জলমাল 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 করে
আরতি জগ জনমানাল
আমার গৌরাঙ্গের গলে মালা জলমাল 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 করে গৌরাঙ্গের গলে মালা জলমল 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 করে আমার গৌরাঙ্গের গলে মালা জলমল 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 করে
রাগের বলার মালা জলমল 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 কর
আমার রাধা কালাচান্দির গলে মালা জলমল জলমল
আগরাগের বলার মালা জলমল 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 করে গোরা বলার মালা জলমল 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 করে
নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল
হরিব হরিব লিতাই গৌর হরিব
গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল
গৌর হরিব 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 লিতাই গৌর হরিব
নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল
হরিব 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 লিতাই গৌর হরিব
শিব শিব সুখ নারদ প্রেমে গদ গদ শিব শিব
সুখ নারদ প্রেমে গদ
আয় বকতি বিনোদ সম্পদ রারজম শিব জয় জয় গৌরা চান্দে বাকি বাজয় বনে জগমানলো
নাবিতবনে জগন মনলো
জয় শ্রী কৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু নিত্যানন্দ দ্বৈত গদাধর শিবাসাদি গৌর ভক্ত বৃন্দ
কৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু নিত্যানন্দ শ্রী অদ্বৈত গদাধর শিবাসাদি গৌর ভক্ত বৃন্দ
হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে
কৃষ্ণ হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে
হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Namah Krishna Jadavaya Namah যাদবাই মাধবাই কেশবাই নমঃ আই গোপাল গোবিন্দ নাম শ্রীমধুসূদন
রাম শ্রীমধুসূদন
গিরিধারী গোপীনাথ মদন মোহন
গিরিধারী গোপীনাথ মদন মোহন
শ্রী চৈতন্য নিত্যানন্দ শ্রী অদ্বৈত সীতা
চৈতন্য নিত্যানন্দ চিরদ্বৈত সীতা
হরি গুরু বৈষ্ণব ভগবত গীতা
হরি গুরু বৈষ্ণব ভগবত গীতা
এসাই গুসাই করি চরণ বন্দনা
এসাই গোসাই করি চরণ বন্দা
যাহা হইতে বিঘ্ন না অবিষ্ট পুরাণ
যাহা হইতে বিঘ্ন না সবিক পুরা
এসাই গুসাই যার মুহি তার দান
এসাই গোসাই করি মুই তার দান
সবার পদরে নো মোর পঞ্চগান
রেণু মর পঞ্চগ্রাম
হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে
হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে
নিতাই গৌরাঙ্গ নিতাই গৌরাঙ্গ
অঙ্গ নিতাই গৌরাঙ্গ
নিতাই 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 গৌরাঙ্গ
নিতাই 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 গৌরাঙ্গ
জয় সচিনন্দন গৌর হরি
জয় সচিনন্দন গৌর হরি
পতিত পাবন গৌর হরি
গৌর গৌর হরি
পতিত
গৌর হরি পতিত পাবন গৌর হরি
নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি
হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি
জয় রাধা কালচন্দ্রী রাধা কালচন্দ্রী রাধে জয় রাধা
কালচন্দ্রী রাধা কালচন্দ্রী রাধে
জয় রাধা গোবিন্দ রাধা গোবিন্দ রাধে 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 গোবিন্দ রাধে 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 গোবিন্দ শ্রী রাধে 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 গোবিন্দ রাধে 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 গোবিন্দ শ্রী রাধে রাধে গোবিন্দ রাধে গোবিন্দ রাধে রাধে গোবিন্দ রাধে 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 গোবিন্দ শ্রী রাধে 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 গোবিন্দ রাধে 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 গোবিন্দ শ্রী রাধে Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda, Radhe, Govinda, Kala Chanje, Radhe. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Radhe Shyam. Prem Dan, Galak Prem, Harinam. Go, go. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Radha Kalachandji, Jai Bhakti True Swami Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Oh, Nitai! Oh, Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Shila Guru Deva. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Tiger Sitanath Premanande, Harinama Sankirtana ke, Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ke.
जन्म विघ्नाशन शंभ भगवान की जन्म विश्वपाल परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य सूत्रम शीश मलवाएंगे भक्तनाथ सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज की जन्म विश्वपाल परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य सूत्रम शीश मलवाएंगे भक्तनाथ सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज की अनंत कोटि वैष्णववृंद की नामाचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर की ISKCON फाउंडर आचार्य श्रील प्रभुपाद की प्रेम कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री विद्या गदाधर शिवासादि गौरवृंद श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मथुरा धाम की नवदी धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगा माई की यमुना माई की तुलसी देवी की भक्ति देवी की संकीर्त यज्ञ की बृहद मृदंगम की सामवेद भक्त वृंद की all goes to some devotees, all goes to some devotees, all goes to some devotees, all goes to Guru and Gauranga, Gaur Pramanande, all goes to Srila Kala Radha Kalachandji. Jai.
भक्ति विघ्न का विनाशक नरसिंह भगवान की
Yeah, you sir.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladalahine. Praladalahine. Hiranyakashipo Rakshaha. Hiranyakashipo Rakshaha. Shiladankhana khalya. Shiladankhana khalya. Ito Narsimho Parato Narsimho. Ito Narsimho Parato Narsimho. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimho. Kahe Narsimho Hridaye Narsimho. Narasimhanadhim Shararam Prapade. Narasimhanadhim Shararam Prapade. Narasimhanadhim Shararam Prapade. Navakara Kamalivare Naka Advuta Shringhandalita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvringha Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Navakara Kamale Vare Naka Advuta Shringhan Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvringa Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Hare
Jai Jagadisha, Jai Jagadisha, Jai Jagadisha Hare.
Jagadisha, Jaya Jagadisha, Jaya Jagadisha Hare.
Jai Jagadisha, Jai Jagadisha Hare.
Jaya Jagadisha, Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Narsinghadev, 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 Jaya Narsinghadev, Jaya Pradev, Narsinghadev, Narsinghadev, Jaya Narsinghadev, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya
Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj.
Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya 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 Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
विघ्न विनाशक नरसिंह भगवान की, प्रहलाद महाराज की, निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे।
जय विघ्नाश नरसिंह भगवान की, प्रहलाद महाराज की, गौर प्रेमानंदे, श्री राधा कृष्ण कलचंद जी की। जय श्रील प्रभुपाद की।
राधे सो
deity is being dressed.
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Radhe, 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 Govinda, Radhe, 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 Govinda, Radhe, 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 Govinda, Radhe, 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 Govinda, Shri Radhe, Govinda, Radhe, Govinda, Shri Radhe, Govinda, Radhe, Govinda, Shri Radhe, Govinda, Govinda. Sri Radhe Govinda. Govinda. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Oh, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nittai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Gaur Pranande.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hola. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Radhe Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Radha Kalachandji Radhe Radhe, Radha Kalachandji Radhe Radhe, Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe, Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe, Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe, Gauranita Jaya Gauranita, Gauranita Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe, Jai Shri Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada 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 Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Gurudev, Nitai Gaura Haribo Haribo Haribo, Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo Haribo Haribo, Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo.
Sure.
Because you're supposed to sing it every day from like Janmashtami to others. No, it was... I know.
Yeah, but the 6 days, like I have an appointment with Krishna Radharani in the morning.
We'll be singing a bhajan. It goes by Radhika Ashtakam or Kumkumakta Kanchanabja, so if you want to follow along, it's okay to sing. Radhika Ashtakam, Kumkumakta. Ignore the text. Radhika. Sadguru